ATU liggend-UI-subscribet voor 15 months.
I see. Thank you. Hello. It is I, Almantas, former professor of sociology, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. Very funny that I got caught by the mute there. That feels pretty goofy to me. But yes, it is a Monday. It is time for calligraphy. Yeah, Callie Geezer is a calligraphy geezer. Yes, I thought it was almost too obvious of a portmanteau, which is a good sign. It's a good sign that there's a little bit of confusion. I tend to assume my wordplay is actually like completely obnoxiously too obvious, and is frankly annoying to people. So it's good to know that like sometimes I lose people. That like sometimes I'm being obscurantist enough that it's like that people don't actually know what I'm doing. Callie Calico. I do love Callie Calico. But yes. Yes. How are people doing? Oh, I forgot to say, yes, we've got a hype train. Anonymous, thank you for I've seen worse. I've done worse. I have absolutely done much worse stuff. You're on too much fiber. Well, it's good for your internet speed. And hello, let me also say thank you to Matthew Riceseeker for the 15 months. Over a year, Matthew. Over a year. That's very, very kind of you. This is a viewer-supported channel. I do not have any big corporates backing. I currently don't have any sponsorships. Blue, thank you for the 16 months on Prime. 16 months of Prime. That's so kind of you. That's so kind of you. You only get one Prime, and I really appreciate anybody who decides that I am worthy of their Prime gifts, of their Prime subscription. Let me say hello to folks. I go back and forth on whether I want to do the hellos early or late, but I guess I'm feeling like doing them early. Hello to Almantas VT. Hello to Sari_bot. Hello to Paperclippa. Hello to Sparkly Anarchy. Hello to Tohu Bohu. And it's been a while since I've seen you, Tohu. And hello, of course, to Beautiful Angel. And hello to Golf_Alpha_Yankee. And a 45 watch streak. I am flabbergasted by that. That is crazy. Maybe that's the most impressive watch streak anybody has. I don't know how you did that, especially since when I was in Japan, I was in complete chaos mode. And so for almost the last 3 months was like the hard mode. Like after this, like it's relatively easy. hello to hello to Matthew Reisiger. Hello to Music Drummer 01. Hello, and thank you for the telling me that I was muted. That's always extremely kind. That's extremely appreciated. And hello to Ryan the Space God. And hello, Nyanomancer, of course. Hello, Nyanomancer. And hello, the Zero Cross Product 539. And hello, of course, to all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers. I appreciate all of you. I also have a suspicion that Akshi is around. I'm going to just call them out. I have a suspicion that Akshi is around. There are some other people who I suspect are around, but I'm not going to call them out because it's not as funny. But I'll call out Akshi. So yes, you've been a while about doing more lurking. That's fair. I have trended to. I have more lurking periods and less lurking periods in my watch history, and I sometimes wonder if there's every once in a while I've got somebody who I've got like a 20 watch streak on, and I haven't said anything in like 15 streams. I sometimes wonder if the streamer is like shocked when like I chime in and I'm like, hey, I've been watching. Here's my 20 watch streak. I'm like, wait, what? You've been here? I sometimes wonder about that. There's a couple of people who if they drop like a 20 watch streak, I'd be like, what the? I thought you got bored of me. I thought you were tired of me. But yes, but yes. How have folks been? Also, thank you again, everyone, for the scam train. That's always a generous little gift to have, a little cute little gift. How have folks been? I will say that I am trying out a new. We'll get to there when we get there. But I am trying out a new guideline methodology, new guideline technique, and I'm curious as to how I'm going to feel about it. I'm curious as to how I'm going to feel about it going forward. And oh, I forgot to change my schedule out. Dude, that's. I knew I was missing something. I knew I was absolutely missing something. But okay. So chat. Chat room, Chatterunskis, Chatter, they, for making your own lined paper, I did not, actually. I used a, I used a resource, that's from Ask Calligraphy. Where did you put it? Where did I miss it? Okay, I shouldn't be checking Discord while I'm live. That's a bad habit. That's a very bad habit. That's a bad habit. Hello, Matthew. It's a bad habit to check Discord while I am live. I think I'm gonna get to something kind of quickly. Let's go over the viewer questionnaire because this is actually hugely helpful to me. Don't worry about it, Blue. You do not need to apologize to me. Blue, you do not need to apologize to me. You have been incredible. So thank you so much, Blue. You absolutely do not need to apologize to me. Yeah, let's go over to the viewer questionnaire. I like doing I like to do these sorts of things. Let's move the window around a little bit, make it a little bit nicer to look at. So this is something I do every year at the end of the year around Christmas time. Is I publish a survey asking for viewer feedback. And last year I tried a methodology. For the 2024 review, I tried a methodology where I did try to create relatively parsable data. not... This year, I found that a lot of that attempts to create partially I screwed up the Google Sheets. That's partially what happened. I screwed up the Google form a little bit, and I thought I created a ranking area, and instead it was just radio buttons, and so it produced actually like inscrutable, unusable data. This year, I made a survey that is a little bit simpler to parse, and is much easier to look at, but doesn't produce like as readily collatable data. It's a lot of open-ended. This is a much more open-ended. So this is what I told people, right? Do know that answers will be reviewed on stream. I will not ask for identifying information, but know if you volunteer it, it will be on stream. And because sometimes people worry about this, I am only going to use this for choosing among things I already want to do. I'm not bothering to propose things I don't want to do. This is something that people do get kind of worried about when I'll like ask for feedback about what I should stream or what people would like to see. People will be like, oh no, we just want you to do what you want to do. The truth of the matter is I'm having trouble deciding between things I want to do. That's what's happening there. It is pretty rare that I even seriously consider things that I actually don't want to do, as opposed to things that are kind of like funny to me. Like I never propose that I'm going to start streaming Valorant. That's like not on the table. That's not a serious consideration. Valorant is not in the running at all. No chance. No chance at all. I have no interest and no intention of doing anything with Valorant, right? And so just to use like one simple example, right? Hello, Hyacinth. Hello, Hyacinth. Welcome in. Welcome in. So this is all stuff that like I actually like at least at some level want to do, right? That I at least find like worth doing, if I'm asking about it. Okay, so general streaming. I'm just going to go over the questions so that people can kind of see them in advance. We're just going to do a speed run through the questions, and then we'll look at the answers. How did you find out about me? Be specific, not word of mouth, but art streams, not Twitter, but a meme you posted. What moments in my streams make you excited to watch more of my streams? So I should actually explain my logic here a little bit, right? I am... Oh, I don't want to do that at all. I do worry quite a bit about my ability to reach people. I don't have an ambition of being the next Iron Mouse, but the way that I'm streaming and the goals that I have for streaming in the long run, I do want a larger audience. I do want a larger audience, and I want to know like what is relating to people and what is meeting people. What are successful strategies? Because if I put a lot of effort into something and nobody shows up, right? And particularly because I didn't distribute this super widely. I distributed this over the Discord server and I think over stream a few times. I probably should have just stuck to only stream. I deliberately restricted this to the pool of people who actually like me. I didn't put this up on Twitter or Blue Sky because then I would have gotten a lot more responses, but a lot of those responses would have been junk, and it would have been annoying to filter them out. So I decided to just do like a sort of innate filter by taking people from my Discord and from Twitch chat. What moments in my streams make you excited to watch more of my streams? Fairly generic question, fairly straightforward. What moments in my streams make you want to stop watching my streams? People have probably caught on to this by now. If they haven't, if you have not caught on to this, I should say. If this is not something that's like obvious, if this is not something that like you've noticed, I tend to focus on the negative. I don't think this is a matter of me just being like an annoying negative Nancy. It's because this is where I feel like I can improve the most, right? I feel like knowing like when somebody looks at my stream and hears me do something and then they go, oh, I'm done. That's actually really valuable information to me. I will admit that there is a limitation to this, right? That I am limiting myself to people who still watch me, rather than people who have stopped watching me or people who have never watched me, which is actually way more valuable. But that's functionally impossible to capture. So I do what I can. I do what I can. Would you try to convince other people to watch my streams? If you did so, how would you do so? Verbal descriptions, VODs, fan art? So, again, marketing ass question. Marketing ass question right there. Section 3, traditional art. Which traditional art would you like me to do more of? Forgot a 2 there. Miniatures, illustrations, which I don't really do. Knitting, crochet, illumination. I should have said AKA more calligraphy. That's actually misleading. That's a bad question. I have never crocheted. I have knit on stream. I think it was the only time Beautiful Angel has ever actually been mad at me. Yeah, sewing and needlework. I have sewn before. I've sewn more than I've knitted, to be honest, because I am very old and very cheap, and so that means that I learned how to sew because that lets me fix my clothing. Right? You need to sew in order to get your buttons back on and to repair seams. I actually have quite the duffel bag that I use for laundry is actually like very heavily stitched up and very poorly stitched up. But yeah, I'll repair my pants. I'll repair my my shirts. Definitely need more folks in the brochet community. Yeah, I'm not opposed. What, in your opinion, is the biggest obstacle to my calligraphy commissions? Lack of variety in scripts, emphasis on digital options, or lack of advertising? And then non-art streams, right? How enthusiastic are you about my solo gaming streams? How enthusiastic are you about my gaming streams with friends? Should I do more streams among my casual friends? Oh, Toko's Dragon, thank you for the follow. Very kind. Very funny that this is, of all the things for somebody for a new person to follow me. Should I do more streams among my casual friends? How enthusiastic are you about streams where I have a discussion with one or more other streamer and no gaming at all? Hello, Gringotts. Hello, Gringotts. And then, in general, what would you want me to do more often and less often? What was your favorite Almantas moment of 2025? And are you feeling well and optimistic for the coming year? Which is just, I don't know, I just want to know how people are feeling. It just feels polite. Hello, Commander Caleb _. Saw 1900 notated as, oh yeah, that'll happen. Movies do that too. I don't know if they still do that, but for a long time, movies would do like 1995 in Roman numerals, which is, I gotta say, having read some Roman numerals in original context, that numeric system was not designed to deal with numbers bigger than bigger than about 50, to be honest. Like, even 100 is kind of a joke answer. End of semester evaluations. Look, should be MCX. That's certainly more, that's certainly easier. MCM is certainly easier, but just because it's easier doesn't mean that it's the only way to do it. This is part of the trick of Roman numerals, right? Is that, like, that's actually a valid way to write 4. I have seen that for 9. It's the Wild West out there. The Romans not famous for mathematical rigor and regularity. Okay, let's look at these answers. Let's look at these answers. Hello, Lux. Did the Romans use it? Yeah. I've read Latin epigraphy, which is very funny because I don't actually read Latin. Thank you, Anonymous, for the gift sub to... Hold on, how do I read this? Thank you, Seraphonts, So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 L. So 6 before L. L is 50, right? 6. So 46. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 46, 45. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 46, 45, 5. Thank you for the gift sub to 46, 46 to 46, 45, 5. That's very kind of you, Anonymous. Very, very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. Yeah, it's quick in their numbering. Yeah, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. So how did people find out about me? A stream raid, a collab stream with Cavi. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, because I've only done a couple of collabs with Cavalier. I should do some more. We were planning on doing some more before I went on travel, and then we kind of never got them back together. Me and Cav have kind of like chaotic lives outside of streaming, and we're not super duper collab tubers. So it's always a bit of a challenge, but I did really enjoy collabing with Cavi. Hello, Sabork. Hello, Sabork. Cielo Slug Raid. Oh, Cielo's so nice. Cielo's so nice. Think you came up as a For You from Twitch when I was scanning through who I follow that was live. That's interesting. I did not expect that. I did not expect that. We are going over the viewer questionnaire, and then I'm going to do some calligraphy. I am quite behind on my calligraphy projects. I mean, during the Roman Empire, the way that you kept track of what year it was during the consulship of 2 people. People didn't actually really use the from the foundation of the city year thing. That was not nearly as common as it was during the consulships of Gaius and Julius and stuff like that. That's how you ended up here with a Twitch sidebar with people who are live. That's very nice of you to tell me, Tokaz Dragon. That's very nice of you to tell me. That's very interesting. Thank you very much. I love data. I love to have data. All assassination must have driven their record-keeping nuts. To be fair, the assassinations really kicked off after they kind of gave up on the whole, that was more of a Dominate era thing, not like a Republican era thing. But it did definitely make things harder in the Republican era that, 1, people kept on dying in combat, and 2, there weren't really that many Roman names. There were just not that many Roman names. Roman names are really repetitive and very confusing. There's a reason why whenever you hear about Scipio Africanus, everybody keeps on emphasizing the Scipio Africanus. There's 5 other Scipiuses. Scipios who are historically significant, right? There's hundreds of Scipios outside of that. Yeah, Caesar is dead. All hail Caesar. Exactly. Left my PC on overnight. When I woke up, someone had raided into you. I do not remember who I was watching when going to bed. Fair. That happens quite a bit. Yeah, Julius Caesar. Motherfuckers changed it into Caesar after getting the throne. Oh yeah, that definitely makes it harder. I was first introduced to you at Offkai by Vertebrae. Yes, I remember this. We then met again later during the convention. Okay, I think I know who this is. I was having very intriguing conversations since mostly in chat, as there's never been a duel. That's very sweet. I think I know who this is, but I'm not entirely sure, so I'm not going to speculate. But that's very sweet of you to say. And thank you, Vertebrae, I suppose, for getting me viewers. It was word of mouth specifically, actually. Well, thank you. Believe we found you in the wild by sheer unmitigated chance. I was scrolling through Twitch's Cuvée section. Does anybody know what Cuvée means here? I don't know what Cuvée means here. At some ungodly hour, and there you were. Raid for one of your friends, probably Nage. That's Nagi. That's fair. That's pretty fair. Magfest, fair. I had not known about you prior. Through Professor Bloom. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to you. Thank you, Professor Bloom. Shoutouts to Bloom. Let me make sure I get his name spelled right, because he doesn't spell his name quite the way I would spell it. Professor Bloom. Let's... Yeah, okay. This is the part that always trips me up, because he's just Bloom to me. He's just Bloom to me. If you are... Professor Bloom is a very cool streamer. He's a good singer. Like, that's literally like his job, is he's a singer. But his main thing is that he plays retro games. He plays a crapload of retro games. He knows a lot about retro games. I have seen his retro collection. It is ridiculous. That is his big thing. That's his big thing, is retro gaming. Genuinely no idea. Could have been L:Q shoutout. Could have been Offkai. Could have been from Malfin Zone. Okay, this tells me a little bit about which person this likely is, but thank you, L:Q, for getting me some people. I think I rated in from Ronin. That makes sense. There's probably a point where like 90% of my viewers were Ronin viewers. Ronin was like a huge supporter of me early in my streaming career, so I've always got I've got a great deal of affection for her and her community. And then looked at your previous vids and saw you covered the Epic of Gilgamesh. It was such a good stream, I stuck around. That one I want to revisit. Not necessarily the Epic of Gilgamesh, but that was with Iris Falad, which was one of my favorite collabs of all time. Does Iris have an underscore in her name? Does Iris have an underscore in her name? Yes, she does. Being rate limited. I'll get Iris in a minute. But yeah, that one's a really good stream. There's a couple of the people who I did book clubs with that I should probably try to see if they're up for again. Iris is a good one. Kira would probably be a good one. I've already done Bodega twice. Bodega's lapped everybody. But Kirill's book suggestion was incredible. I would never have read This One Summer if it wasn't for Kirill. That was incredible. That was super good. That was super duper good. Oh no. Beautiful Angel is the new top clipper at 5 views 3 minutes ago. Oh no. Yeah, shout out to Iris. I love Iris. I think it was a collab where you both discussed your favorite books. Probably, yeah, that's the book club. The book club was really exhausting when I was doing it. The book club was really exhausting, but I think it turned out really well. Because you probably, Blue, because you probably clipped me doing something very cringe. You tend to clip me when I'm doing something quite cringe, so. Rated in with Halbernacht, extremely fair. I'm surprised that this is the first time that Hal has come up. Pretty sure you're featured when I was looking at a currently offline streamer on Twitch. Okay. I think Alex is a likely one. I'm not sure who else would have me on their For You page. So I could probably do a quick one here. So, I'm gonna pull up I'm gonna make a spreadsheet. In traditional Almantas fashion. How did people find me? Okay, so raid, collab, For You. What I found interesting in here was word of mouth in person. What I find interesting is that nobody mentioned social media. I love spreadsheets so much, Ring of Birds. You're so true. Found me through Akshi, you found me through Vera. That's so cool. I'm not going to count that because I don't know if you're already in here. But Ring of Birds, you're so fair and so real for that. The extent to which I love spreadsheets, they're like having a brain but better. They're like knowing things, but they're like being organized and knowledgeable, but like superior. Yeah. I know how you found me, Tohu. And thank you, Anonymous, for the gifts of Bodega Rat. Thank you for remembering the 2 R's. Bodega is currently in Japan, so she will have to check that out when she gets back. She'll get to enjoy her tanks when she gets back. Bodega Rat. First name Bodega, last name Rat. Okay. Let's take a look at this. Let's move things around here. First name Bodega, last name Rat. So 1 2 1 1 1 2. That's second collab, Magfest. Bloom is a raid. I'm going to count this one as word of mouth. So no, I'm going to count this one as in person. If this person like could have met me at Offkai, I'm counting that as in person. Raid, collab, raid. Okay, so all of these, every single one of these, and hello, it's Itsy Belts. Wait, no, I think I said hello to you already. Apologies. Don't know the other streamer knew you? Oh, that happens. This is interesting. Because it's literally zero social media. Literally zero mention of Twitter or TikTok or Blue Sky or Goodreads. I know I have gotten viewers from everything but TikTok. I don't know. I do not actually know that I've gotten anything from TikTok, but I have gotten viewers from all the rest of those. I'm just gonna copy this hole. Oh god. Paste that as unformatted text. No. Paste that as unformatted text. There we go. I don't want word wrap on. I want no word wrap. Okay, so when you delve into history and topics with chat and during collabs, solo Zatsu and lectures, collabs, interesting topics, hooked by the first one. Interesting. I don't know how to parse that one. Full yap core on history, sociology, or anthropology. Yeah, I mean, what it says to me, Blue, is it's something that I've suspected for a while, which is that the actual people who like to watch me are just like not very active on social media, which makes perfect sense to me because I feel like the type of person that actually likes what I do is pretty bored by social media, which includes me. I tend to find scrolling. I don't tend to doom scroll very often because I just get bored. I'm just like, why am I doing this? And then I end up like reading an article or working out or something. It's just not my kind of thing. And hello, JJ. Good to see you here. Good to see you here. Interesting insights and topics. The conversation, I usually go into topics I can't talk to anyone else about. Info dumps. The calligraphy streams are calming. Calligraphy, the book stuff. That's interesting. Half-hour distraction topics. Okay. When you and chat discuss some political and social topics. Okay. Deep discussion, explaining things, deep conversation on art, history, and the human conditions. Okay. So I'm gonna lump a lot of these together. Uh, okay. That's really interesting. So, I'm actually gonna do this as a, 1 plus 1 plus 1. Oh, I'm gonna count that as a 0. Hold on, let's just, so 3, let's count that as 1. I'm gonna have to skip this one because I don't know how to parse these into this group. 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, huh. I forgot that I had that bound. Now I lost track of where I was. Shit. So we should be 9 responses in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then 2 calligraphies in a row. 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13. Okay, this makes sense. Yeah. 16, 3, and then 1 miscellaneous one that was just kind of like a vibes-based one. Okay. Now, here we go. The hard question. What moments in my streams make you want to stop watching my streams? Niche discussions about war games. Bad news, buddy! I just signed up for a wargaming tournament. I've got my first match on Thursday. I'm in the Infinity Global League's beginner escalation tournament for March. So I've got, so if Scott F is here, please, don't listen. I hope you don't check this before our match. Big collabs, that makes sense. The only rare times I've ever wanted to stop watching on purpose is not because I have to go do something with my collab partner, just isn't my particular vibe. It's not a professor. Shout out to Nap. Not a Professor is one of my favorite streamers, if not my favorite active streamer these days. I wish I could catch more of his streams. He does history research live on stream. It's so cool. It's amazing. I love Nap streams. I love Nap streams so much. Real gem. Real gem of VTubing and streaming. And also a really good lesson in you don't need to have an expensive model, because he uses a Creative Commons. He uses 2 Creative Commons images through, I believe you use Fugi. It looks like he's using just Fugi. So, you know, just the public domain. I think actually it would be a better way to say it. Public domain, because he uses 2 Renaissance pictures, 18th century, a pair of 18th century drawing portraits. You've probably seen them. They get used in memes a lot. They're wonderful. Nap I found via Grimmy. Grimmy doing a, like, clip roundup, was how I found Nap. Use VTube Mini. Okay. Yeah, I've used VTube Mini. I've used VTube Mini a little bit. I forget why I stopped using it. I was using PNGtuber Plus, I think, for a little bit. And I whenever I have to, I think nowadays when I have to PNG, I actually go over to Fugi. But if I were to go back into PNGing more frequently, as opposed to just being like an absolute backup because like VTube Studio is being insane, or I'm on my laptop, then I would probably use Rahi. I liked Rahi quite a bit among the PNGtuber programs. It is a little bit more like complicated than what I actually need, but it's pretty cool. It has a lot more features, and if you don't need features, I just use Fugi, which is how I more often do it. But it does have a lot of features. So this person, okay, so this person doesn't like some of my collab partners, which is fine. No, it's an extremely fair nap. Once you've got it, once you've got your program in mind, you just stick to it. Gaming, gaming. I have yet to notice a moment or moments that have made me want to stop. If I stop watching, it's usually due to needing to redirect my focus on other things. That's fair. 1, playing games require too much of your attention. 2, the tendency to leave a chat or a guest in suspense momentarily before finishing your thought on something, trying to get an I to know out of them before you continue on. I guess I'd file this under professorialness. I don't know, it's a bit tricky to describe in the survey response format. I think I know who said this, because I think this person has said this to me directly. I think I know who this is. Oh, no, it's probably not, because I know this person well enough that they wouldn't write IDK like that. So, okay, that means 2 people dislike this. Interesting. I mean, I'm not trying to get an I don't know out of them. I'm trying to get a guess. I'm trying to get a response out of somebody that I wouldn't expect, right? That's, I'm trying to learn something. For me, it's trying to learn. When the discussion turns into things I'm disinterested in, I have a tendency to zone out. Mini paintings can be a little dull for you personally. Feels like there's more of a general lull that encourages me to zone out. Okay. There have been moments where a guest brings up a new topic and brushes the previous, more interesting to you topic aside. Okay. Usually someone in chat saying something stupid. Oof, that one's tricky to control for. I have not come across a moment where I've stopped watching due to something happening or due to a topic. I'm very comfortable being here in stream. I enjoy the conversations about history, politics, art, etc. I don't think there's anything you do specifically, it's just that I have stuff to do and most of the time 7 other channels open. Lol. Gameplay? It probably depends on the game, but I think it is the weakest type of content for sure. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. That's really good to know. I think the only streams I don't tend to stick around for are the calligraphy streams, but I'm not going to give someone crap for streaming their hobby. Interesting. It's not really on you, but your mind gets bored when everyone becomes too quiet. I assume they mean during collabs, when there's a lull and a collab. This one's interesting to me as like an artist, as like from like a streaming and art perspective, because I tried to be like kind of subtle about this before I've given up entirely on trying to be like a remotely cagey about this point. The way that my brain works during a collab and the way that my brain works during a solo stream is like completely different. There's just completely different modes for brain operation. And going from solo into a collab, I'm usually fine, but going from collab brain to solo stream brain is like, it always is like a trick for me. It's always, I mess it up all the time. I flub the landing constantly. So, you know, it's a different mentality. I'm much more yin during collabs than I am on my own, right? I am much more yin during those moments. And so it's hard for me to get back the yang when I go into the collab, when I go out of collab mode. When chatter dies down a bit, such as during games, require concentration. Yeah, that's fair. Talking dies down, that's what I've noticed personally. Thank you. More so because the previous point, whenever you go into the mainstream for the day, games such as Calligraphy, I tend to leave stream, either because I have to leave for class to conserve my data plan, or because I want to listen to video essay while I work whenever you're not having in-depth discussion with Twitch chat, TWT. Cute. Honestly, kind of interesting. Not applicable. And self-doubt. Okay, that's fair. I say just after having expressed some. I'm a very doubting person. I think I'm just being sincere, but I do understand this kind of annoying, right? I do understand this kind of annoying, particularly when it's like I'm like trying to raid out. I'm like, ah, dang, who do I raid out? Who do I raid out to? Or like I'm getting to the main content and I'm like, what do I do? What do I do? All right, let's take a look. Let's put a. I'm gonna put down war games specifically because this person mentioned it specifically. Big collabs. Gaming in general, lols, let me take a look out here. I gotta put down calligraphy because that's so funny. That's so funny. I gotta put down punt. And doubt. Okay. Okay, hold on. I scrolled too hard and got so far. One. I'm gonna put this down as big collabs. Gaming is so funny to hear. I'm putting this one down as a punt. Putting that one down as gaming. Oh Jesus, we're already at an hour mark. Lols. Oh, let's put this down as lols. I'll put that down as collab. Chat behavior is a tricky one. I'll put that one down as a punt. And another punt. And a calligraphy. And a lol. And another lol. You put this one down as calligraphy. Punt. Self-doubt. Okay. 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 So, I thought we were gonna get through this entire thing in, like, one shot. I thought we were going to get through this entire thing in like half an hour. That's clearly not going to happen. We've spent half an hour on the first two questions, which were admittedly the two most demanding questions, as far as I am concerned. We're going into ads. We're going into ads. I will be back in a few minutes. Thank you all very much for your patience, and I'll see you soon. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I am back. I am back. Thank you all for your patience. Thank you all for your patience. I'm going to try to be a little bit faster. Those were the most important questions. So the rest of these questions should be a little bit easier. So verbal description, raid recommendation. Ooh, I didn't even ask about that one. Thank you for the people who are doing that. So let's see. So, would you try to convince other people to watch my stream? I am here kind of recruiting people into doing my advertising for me, which is a little bit, to my old brain, this feels slightly unscrupulous, but it is also, the name of the game, I guess. It's also the business. That's the business. And I shouldn't be a coward about just being honest about the things that I kind of want. You know, this is incredibly helpful to me. If you shill for me, it's incredibly helpful. So, absolutely, through verbal description, I actively shill Almantas VT, former professor, current VTuber, to people also do educational and nerdy shit. Like, do you know Almantas VT, fellow old gen VTuber? It was this Matthew. It's person number 2 Matthew. I think so. I think person number 2 may have been maybe Matthew. Yes, and by verbal descriptions. So perhaps I'll find a short / clip to share, but typically describe the way you talk. Verbal text description or raid recommendation. Rating you and making them. So this is a fellow streamer. Then potentially fan art or VODs. Okay, verbal descriptions. I recommended the stream to a couple of my friends that might be interested in the kind of content you make. I've gone about describing it, what I like about the streams, and general information you do as a streamer. Awesome. Would I recommend it in person or in a voicemail with friends? Unfortunately, most friends I have a little interest in internet culture stream. That's fair. That's fair. Person just giving a verbal description. That's very sweet. Fan art clips and verbal descriptions. You're in Teal Circle. What the heck is Teal Circle? What does this mean? Is this like a misspelling? Because I googled it and doesn't. I can't find anything. What in the world is Teal Circle? That's terrifying. It's terrifying to be told that I'm in a group that I've never heard of. Ooh, spooky. I mean, do tell me. Do tell me. Do tell me. Don't worry about scaring me. But like, it is also like, geez, cheesy feats. I've recommended you to other people on Twitch who like history and like learning and history. A couple of raids towards you, most of us directing artistic streamers towards your calligraphy. Ooh, that's very sweet. This is a verbal I would just tell them there's a unique VTuber can expand your knowledge. Probably show a clip or two, even a VOD. Is the collab with Bodegaret on the Millennial webcomic and presentation done with it? That's a really good VOD. That's a really good VOD. That was Octopus Pie. That was Octopus Pie. Octopus Pie is incredible. People should read Octopus Pie. I would likely link your Twitch profile, describe your VTuber model a tiny bit, and explain the topics. Sharing content, raids, and spreading fan art memes. And then fan art. Okay, hold on. So we've actually got this. This one's actually pretty quick. Verbal description, raid recommendation, fan art. I didn't think about and VOD. I didn't think about raid recommendation, but that's a really good one. That's a really good one. Okay, hold on. Let's make sure I'm lined up in the right place. Okay, so verbal description. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 4. Raid recommendation, 5. Actually, you know what? I was trying to make this add up to 17, but that's a stupid thing to worry about. So that's 4. Hold on, let's take a look here. So, verbal description, 1. 2, 3, 4. Oh, hold on. I should also put in clips. 1. Oh, this is obnoxious. There's got to be a better way. There's got to be a better way. Okay, hold on. There's a better way. There is a better way. There is a better way. So first of all, let's just resize out to W. Column width. Let's put it down to 0.1. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, so 1. 1. 1. 1. 1, 2, 3. So that's 3 so far. And then verbal description and raid recommendation. Raid recommendation. Fan art. VODs. And also verbal description. Okay. You know what? Actually, here. This is the better way to do this. Verbal description. Okay. There we go. So it's verbal description. Verbal description. Verbal description. Verbal description. Fan art. Clips. This is much better. Okay, I don't know how to respond to this one. I don't know how to list this one. I don't know what's happening here. I'll put this down as verbal description and raid recommendation. Verbal description. VOD. Clips. This one doesn't mention raid recommendation. Okay. Content, fan art, raids, and then fan art. Okay, there we go. This was the better way to do this. Okay, so equal sum. There we go. Okay. And let's column width. There we go. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, that was... I made that collation way more annoying than it needed to be. Well, let's do 0.59. Okay. I'll just write over these so I don't have to worry about accidentally modifying them again. And then I can clean this out. There we go. Relief. Relief. Okay. The rest of these should go a bit faster because they're most of them are less open-ended. Okay. Minis, illustration, knitting. Let's. You guys can't see what's happening there. Knitting, illumination, needlework, writing, painting, punt. Okay. So minis was 7, illustrations 8. Knitting is 7, 14. Needlework 8. Writing 1, painting 1, and then 3 people punted. 3 people punted. All right. This is so people. So I should probably spend some time studying how to draw medieval marginalia. I don't know how enthusiastic I am about doing normal art. That's actually kind of the one I'm probably the least enthusiastic about all of these. But I've got some people who want to do yeah, it's 7 is bound to swapping outfit at the moment. Numpad 7. Normally that's kind of like a placeholder thing. I usually actually have that. I usually actually have no keybinds set up for those. I'm gonna keep it though for the moment because currently Twitch redeems are busted. So yep, Twitch redeems are still busted. I might have to get some actual tech consulting on it, but oh my god, I've got so many other things I need to get done first. That's just like, I know that like I love the redeems, but like I've got to pay my taxes. I've got to pay my taxes. I've got to do taxes. I have to do taxes, and I have to like in terms of off-stream stuff, I got taxes and commissions are just taking higher priority. Anonymous, thank you for the gifts up to Teal Circle. I still don't know what that means. Does anybody in chat know what this person meant by Teal Circle? I have no idea what this means. Oh, and thank you, Anonymous, for the gifts up to Prodzapod. Oh, is it by Prodzapod? Okay, I do know Prodzapod. I do know Prod. I do know Prod. That I have met Prodzapod several times. They're pretty cool. The puppy. Just remind me I also need to also do my taxes. Yeah, I got my I'm still Kofi annoyingly has not given me a 1099, but other than that I think I'm pretty much ready. I've got like 5 different 1099s and a W2. This is gonna be such a pain. This is gonna be such a pain. At least I got all my deductibles together. At least I got my deductions together. Nope. What's in the way is the way, doing one's taxes, yes. But thank you very much for the anonymous for those gift subs. Yeah, Prodzapod's quite cool. Prodzapod is quite cool. But okay, so Prodzapod makes something called Teal Circle. I've never heard of this before. Never heard of this before. I want the chart to, I just want the numbers. So give me the dang numbers, dinguses. So advertising. I spelled advertising correct. Incorrect. I spelled it wrong twice in a row. I'm an editor. I'm an editor. Okay, so advertising is 12 plus is 13. One person punted and 2 people said the digital thing. Okay, hold on. So it's 15 and 16. I'm counting wrong. Oh, lack of variety. Lack of variety. Was 1. There we go. There we go. Inari. I feel like I advertise it too much, so that's probably a sign that once again my instincts about how often you're supposed to advertise are just wrong. Inari Reiju. Inari Reiju is like one of my best friends. If I stopped streaming tomorrow, I'd still be friends with Inari. I also owe you $50. I'm sorry, Inari. I keep on forgetting. So 4, 3, 7, 3, 0. Okay. Okay. I really should have asked more about the gaming with, like, which types of games, because I've got a lot of thoughts about which types of games I should be streaming, and... You absolutely will threaten me. I'm just not that scared. Speaking of, hello Inari, should I do more streams among my casual friends? I should have said more casual streams among my friends, because it's the streams themselves are casual. More... Same... Less... Okay, so more... 2, which means that less is going to be 1, which means that 14 people want to stick around the same. The casual gremlin friend? You're one of several casual gremlin friends. I've got a... but yeah, we've been... We gotta do more. We gotta do more. Are you still on travel? Are you still on travel? The last I heard from you, you were not just traveling, but having a very miserable travel experience. Back home and sick. Okay. Last I heard you were sick. I did not know if you were still sick and traveling or sick and home. Okay. What would you want me to do more and less often? So, discussion, solo zatsus, mini painting. That's interesting. Cooking. Chatting. Painting, cooking, punt, I shouldn't have asked more and less often. I should have made those two separate questions. That was obnoxious of me. This has made my life considerably harder. Punt, book club. Okay, I do like the book club a lot. Tell more about your past. Ooh, mini painting. Hangout. Art. Okay. So I'm going to do the same method I did before. So let's just go up to the top. Chatting and mini painting. Cooking is such a funny one to hear. I like cooking a lot. It's a pain in the neck to stream. The problem with streaming cooking is, like, I just don't have a good apartment set up for it. Chatting. And let's see, this one's a punt. Punt, chatting. Chatting. That one's a punt. A punt. I'll take a punt. Pick up on your mood changes. It's like in stream, viewers pick up on your mood change better than you do on stream. They can tell if you're tired or not as interested in some kind of stuff. It's kind of scary. Okay. I will be honest, the big thing that kind of causes me to zone out is, like, trying to force myself to like a game that I'm not actually that enthusiastic about. That's, like, the big one, I think. Book club is a really good one. Personal life. Mini painting is proving to be highly controversial. At least one person said Hangout, so I'm just gonna. It doesn't actually particularly matter where. Equals sum C62 to W62. Okay. Okay, and then hello Vexing Cat. Hello Vexing Cat. Let's give a quick shout out to Vexing Cat at Vexing Cat. I will let me just clean this data quickly. Let me just clean that data quickly up. How are you doing, Vex? How are you doing? Let me take a quick set of 10 push-ups. A quick set of 10 push-ups. Ah. Nice big old back crack there. Vexen Cat is a very cool reading streamer. If you like me, you will probably like her. I know that a couple of people in here are regulars in Vex's chat. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whew. Yeah, she read the book. Whew. We're getting to the end of the survey. I kind of want to do the calligraphy sooner rather than later, but I'll probably talk about these results a little bit more and think about them a little bit more. Excuse me. First of all, it wasn't Tofucking, it was Brofu. It was Brofu, because the original was Brickin'. So I was modifying, it was still a brick, I was modifying the chicken part to be tofu, not the part where it was a brick. Honestly, I should cook that again. That was actually pretty good. New models. Okay, okay. Movie nights. Interesting. Interesting. I'll call this a punt. Punt quizzes. Communal quiz taking. That's really good. Dark Souls, of course. And literary conversation. Punt. The drink one. Okay, okay, drunk streams. Learning about other cultures. Punt, drunk, Dark Souls. I'll take that as a that was Mabel collab. That was Mabel. Punt, travel photos. Okay, that's very recent. That's very recent. I've only done travel photos once, and that was very recent. And I feel like I didn't do a great job on that one. I'll put this one down as cooking, new models, movie night, quizzes, literary conversation, Dark Souls, drunk, collabs, Dark Souls, Mabel collab, travel photos, punt. Okay, so this is the only person who mentioned cooking. This is the only person who mentioned models, movie night, quizzes. I guess I'm gonna have to count up punts. Actually, hold on. These ones are varied enough that I don't think I need to do the fancy method. Punt. Literary conversation. Dark Souls. I'm gonna put this one down as a punt. Put this one down as a drunk. I'm gonna put this one down as a collab. Gonna put that one down as a 2 punts in a row. Second drunk stream. Second Dark Souls vote. I can put that one down as Mabel. Put that one down as a punt. And put that one down as travel photos. That's very sweet. That's very recent. That's very, very recent. Are you feeling well and optimistic for the coming year? Unformatted hypertext. I'm just gonna do this yes, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yeses. I'll put this one that has no's. 6 for this one. And then 7. And then 4, 5. I can call that one 9. I'm gonna call this one a positive. 11 and 6. You guys are pretty optimistic. You guys are pretty optimistic. You guys are pretty optimistic. Hello, Pharaoh_9s. Hello, hello, hello. We've just been going over the results of my 2025 survey, but I think it is time for calligraphy. I think it is time for calligraphy. Let's change over the category to writing and reading. I don't like this writing and reading because it just scans badly to me. Let's put these away. Let's put these away. I'm gonna get my tools into the line of fire. I'm gonna put the tools. Get the tools into the line of fire. And I take a quick look to make sure that okay, the camera is lined up properly, more or less. More or less, and move my camera. Just a little bit of setup here. Okay, and turn that on. Oh, there's a problem. There's a problem. Hold on a second here. We want it like this. Okay, okay, and let's get a sheet of paper. Get a sheet of paper. Oh, you did redeem Ada. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me get my voice ASMR'd up. Ada. Thank you for that redeem. I think that one's fun. I think that one's fun. I think it was a little bit raspy there. A little bit raspier than I'd like to be, but onward and upward. I think they are fun too. I think they are fun too. So I tried out. I made new guidelines for tonight, and they're still experimental. They're still experimental. The paper that I write on is considerably longer, is considerably larger than 8.5 by 11, so they don't quite line up right, and that's actually the biggest irritation I kind of have with this right now. So let's put in the Fuyugaki. I'm using a C1. I'm sorry, C2 today. I'm using a C2 today. I don't know why I'm feeling dippy. Feeling dippy today. I did do some practice, and also the ratios are a little bit different than most times I do calligraphy. So, let's try this camera angle a little bit. Hello, Neapolitan. Hello, Neapolitan. I met Neapolitan only pretty recently. I thought she was very neat. Well, good to see you. Good to see you. We are just getting started on the actual event for tonight. Which is calligraphy. You think I'm very neat too? That's very sweet of you to say. Thank you, Tanny. But yeah, this is a more historically grounded ratio. I've often done ratios of X heights, that is to say the middle height, to the ascender and descender that is like almost like 1 to 1 to 1. I try not to do quite 1 to 1 to 1, but this is closer. This is 5 to 2 to 2, which is a little bit more historically grounded. And I'm wondering about it. I might prefer to do one that's more like 4 to 2 to 2. Because I feel like the mid heights on these are really tall. I feel like the mid heights on these are very, very tall. But yeah. So every year I do a viewer survey of and we just went over the results from that. I do it's a very like sociology / marketing brain ass way of looking at the world, but I want to know what I'm doing wrong and what I'm doing right and how I can improve. Right? I always want to know how I can improve. Hold on, let's get some recalibration in here. There we go. And I'm gonna... I'm looking for a specific tab and I can't find it. Okay, I've got a... Okay, I have to clean up a whole bunch of stuff here. Holy crap. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, that's a huge weight off my shoulders. Hello, Kirill. This is a bit drink responsibly. Let me give a shout out to Kirill. Kirill, I actually mentioned you earlier on stream, Kirill. Which was, I was talking about the book clubs, which I haven't done in a minute. I would like to do those again. And how your book club is one that really stuck in my head because your book recommendation was so memorable. This one summer was such a work. It was such a work. That was so beautiful. Let's get a little bit more of this off here. Yeah, Kirill was on Blue Sky trying to encourage me to buy antique cameras. Yeah, the Tamaki Cousins are great. That was a really good comic. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. How old is old enough for antique cameras? I think the ones that he was suggesting were like 1930s. Oh, that's possible. That's possible. I could ask around. My own dad was an extremely early and aggressive digital adopter. I've barely used film cameras in my life, actually. A pretty large percentage of like all of the photos I've ever taken in my life have been since I started VTubing. Like, did manual film cameras in high school? Yeah, I did not. Whenever I go on a school trip, my parents send us away with a disposable camera. I was a miserable kid. I was not like a fun kid. I mean, maybe some people liked me, but when I went on school trips, I was mostly just really, really annoyed at, like, the forced joviality of it all. I respond really negatively to people trying to make me be happy. It's something that's like a really good way to annoy the crap out of me. And so on school trips, I was mostly just annoyed. And like I would actually spend my school trips like studying. I probably studied harder on school trips than I did like during finals week. Because as I've mentioned many times, I'm a contrarian little shit. I was even especially back then. I mean, a non-trivial part of this, right, is that, like, you know, I've got depression, right? It's just fundamental to my brain architecture, is that I've got depression, and I was much worse at dealing with it. I was a much less constructive person at dealing with my depression when I was young. I've become the older I get, the happier I get. I was not a happy kid, and I have become a happy old man. And it's hard to imagine that this will continue indefinitely. I mean, if nothing else, I'm going to die one day, right? And presumably that won't be anything. But sorry, that was a little bit grim. But you know, I a lot of it has come down to you know, skill, right? Skill at managing my mental health. PPR Pepper. Like I said, it's mostly a matter of like, and hello Eclipse One. It's mostly a matter of like kind of figuring out what works for me in terms of managing the depression. That's probably the biggest part. Like noticing like what spirals are like legitimately just like my mental health going crazy versus like things where I just have like a legitimate like grievance with the world. Because those are not the same thing, right? It's not actually the same thing. You know what? I might reprint these in landscape rather than portrait format just because this is so annoying. Just because having to change, having to move, having to reclip them every single line. I'm probably going to do at least like another section with them to evaluate how I feel about the height ratios. But yeah, the biggest factor is like I'm better at noticing like what my spirals are. I actually have a bunch of different ones, Blue, but they're all for different nib sizes. They're all for different nib sizes. I might go through and just, like, when I remake them, I might remake them with... I might just not remake every single size, because this size, this is 3mm, and this works for my Speedball C2s. And I know that I need the 6mm for the actual 6mm I have, and I need the 5mm for the C0s, and the 3.8 for the 3.8, but I'm not sure about what a C1 is. And my only C1 nib is damaged, so I don't know how often, when I'm going to get around to using that again. I mean, nibs are cheap, but still, I've got plenty of nibs right now, and for some reason I don't have backup C1s. Which is weird. I've got a shitload of A0s, which I don't even use. But yeah, I will say that one of the things that is completely goofball mode that I refused to believe for years, was, turns out, exercise. Turns out exercise really matters. Turns out exercise matters a lot. Yeah, cardio just matters a lot. Just do your cardio. A thing that I notice when I compare myself to like family members who have similar genetics to me and like memories and lifestyles and everything, I think a big difference has been that, and this will sound insane, I know that some people will think this sounds completely insane, try not to focus too much on the past. I find that the people I know in my life who are the most nostalgic-core are the most unhappy. And it seems to be causative. It seems to be causative. It seems like if you spend your life trying to... not isn't like an aesthetic thing. Yeah, it's you either romanticize the past or are stuck in the trauma, and if you're stuck in the trauma, I don't have as much to say to you, but it's the people I know who are like really focused on how much better their life was when they were younger that seem to make themselves the most reliably unhappy with their present. Gratitude practice is so helpful. I really recommend learning to practice gratitude. It is a practice. I haven't done it in a while, but one of the things that I did enjoy doing on Twitter for a while was on Sundays, I would post a thread thanking people who had helped me out in the previous week. And I kind of stopped doing it mostly because I felt like I was like a couple of people were just showing up like way too often, and I was worried that I was like being annoying and making some people kind of uncomfortable. It does help a lot to like take some time to think sincerely about how people have helped you in this world. And admittedly, like as a sociologist, right? The sociologist in me kind of biases me to think like this. Because to me, it's just so obvious that like humans cannot live alone, right? Like humans cannot live alone. That's just not something we're like equipped to do. Let's get rid of a little bit more of that. So like you are dependent on other people. Even if you feel very self-made, you are very dependent on other people. And remembering those people is, I think, really important to living a healthy life. Hello, Prodzapod. Hello, Prodzapod. So somebody mentioned something called Teal Circle and tried to connect it to you, but they were very vague. Is that something you've done? Is like a programming project that you've done, Prodzapod? Oh, no, I'm not knowing. I'm very confused right now, Prod. I'm very confused. I am the baby moron right now. I am uninformed. Okay, so it's a web page that has a rec list. Hello, Bug. Hello, Bug. Hold on. Hello, Bug. Xbox on. We are... I understand, Bug. I understand, Bug. Bug VT. Oh, I just used my shout-out, Jazzy. How was Stalker? Jazzahall was playing Stalker, Shadow of Chernobyl, one of my favorite games. Easily my favorite open world game. How did you enjoy it? How did you enjoy it? Hello, Gluel. Hello, Jazzy. Hello, Big Tizno. And hello, other raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I'm a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy, which I am doing right now. I don't have to apologize for saying I do calligraphy while not actually doing calligraphy. So I don't have to be weird and apologetic about it. It's great I ended stream with it crashing. That's perfect. That's perfect. That's perfect. That is the correct way to play Stalker, is to crash. For people who might not be familiar with Stalker, Stalker is a video game that is based on a movie by Tarkovsky, which is in turn based on a novel called Roadside Picnic. The connection between Stalker the video game and Stalker the movie is much more coherent than the connection between the book and the movie. The movie is doing something else. And the premise of Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl is that it is a Ukrainian open world FPS single-player, first-person shooter, where every conspiracy theory that Ukrainians have about the Chernobyl reactor event is just true. All of their conspiracy theories are just accurate. It is Ukrainian Deus Ex. It's amazing. Which they referred to artifacts as swag, like in the book. That would have been good. That would have been better. That would have been better. It's super interesting, Neapolitan. It's super, super interesting. It's super duper interesting. It's super janky. Oh yeah, it's quite scary. It is quite scary. I'm sorry to say, it is legitimately a lot scarier than most dedicated horror games. I don't know, it got me a lot. There's paranormals, aliens, there's my favorite detail of it was all of the various rich Westerners who go to the Chernobyl exclusion zone for tourism purposes. Legend says it was coded in Power Paint. Did I say hello to Lockahearth? Hello, Lokahearth. Lokihearth? Lockahearth? Lokihearth. It's probably Lokihearth. Yeah, it's super interesting. It's a super interesting game. Jazzahall has good taste in games. She plays games that are interesting. Hold on a second. Let me get in an A here, and then I'll give you a shout out. And yeah, Jazzahall had some interesting thoughts on streamer corpos over on Blue Sky that I thought were interesting, although I think that there were some elements that I would elaborate on. So Jazz just pointed out, I think accurately, that VTuber corporations have a really miserable track record of gaslighting and lying to their employees and spreading rumors between their employees. And a thing that I kind of want to do some more in-depth analysis on is that the way that one of the things that's like that like us as VTubers are often not very verbal about, but I do think is as kind of defining for the entire experience, particularly for the corporate experience, is there's just not a lot of money. Like I don't know that. I don't know how apparent this is to people who haven't like looked at the numbers and haven't looked at other small business numbers, but there is not a lot of money in VTubing. This is not like a big business. And in particular, like Cover. Cover is by far and away the biggest VTubing agency. It's not even close. cover represents a fairly significant percentage of all VTubing just by itself. It is debatable whether or not any other VTubing corporation even qualifies as large at all after cover. This would be Hollow. Hollow Stars and Hollow Live are part of cover. Niji is the one that people tend to bring up, but I don't think Niji's actually like even that close. I don't even think it's like a Pepsi versus Coke rivalry. I think it's a much weaker rivalry. And like cover is not actually that wealthy. Yeah, it's Coke versus Dr. Perky. Yeah. And cover is not actually that large. Like the largest VTubing corporation by all measures is like in terms of their actual like revenues, it's actually just not that big. Like they are at the level, cover is like at the level of like regional restaurant chain. Right? Like they are not at the level of like national restaurant chain. Let alone like banks or oil or insurance or like something like that. Does someone say Dr. Pepper? No, Dr. Perky. RC Cola. I actually don't know Dr. Perky at all. I've never heard of Dr. Perky. Yeah, the biggest VTubing agency is still just like not actually that big. And so where I'm going with this is that one of the consequences of this is that the people who run VTubing agencies are not people who are just like crudely professional money guys. These are not like investors doing like crudely, like I'm just trying to make a ton of money stuff. These are guys, the type of people who found VTubing agencies seem to be the type of people who wanted to be creepy Hollywood agents and couldn't make it. That seems to be the reputation. Like, these are not the guys who are like, I am considering running a auto shop. They are the guys who are like, I tried going around bars in LA picking up chicks, telling them that I could get them on set, and it didn't work out very well. Yeah, it's a substantially sleazier cast. And I don't really know what the answer is, right? So much of what defines VTubing as an industry. Hello, Gorath. We are about to get hit by ads, by the way. At least you probably don't have to meet them in person. True! That does help. Okay, we are going into ads. I am shocked by how fast that came. I'm really shocked by the fact that I've been live for 2 hours. That's crazy. I feel like I've been live for like half an hour. All right, I'm going to stretch. That's probably a really good sign that I need to get up and stretch. And all of you should do the same. So be right back. And I'm back. And I'm back. Okay. 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 Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Blue. That was way too much ink. That's way too much space. It's really wide. But yeah, Blue, I apologize if I didn't say this correctly. I don't have another guideline in 3mm, so I can't. I understand the technique you're going for. I just can't do it with the current setup. I need to do another round of printing. And hello, Miss Gravestone. Hello, Miss Gravestone. Good to see you. Good to see you. How is your morning going? I think it's an early morning for you, right? I don't know. I'm the type of guy who likes to wake up at like noon, so. Yeah, no, you did explain it correctly. I just don't actually have. I don't have a matching one. Oh, Eldra. Hold on. What were you up to, Eldra? Let me give a shout out to Miss Eldra Echo. Shout out at Eldra Echo. Slay the Spire Day 2. Slay the Spire 2 Day 3. Excellent. How are you enjoying it? How are you enjoying Slay the Spire? I'm guessing quite a bit if you're on Day 3 of it. And hello, Icarus Broke Up Mold. Welcome in. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, and now I am anime online for money. I do a lot of calligraphy, which you are seeing me do right now. I do a lot of calligraphy. I talk a lot about history. I talk a lot about sociology. I do have an almond. Twitch redeems are busted, which is annoying the crap out of me, but I can do it manually. I can manual almond. There's the almond. And Cake Sniffer 421, thank you for the follow. What a name. What a name. But yes, you love a sociologist. Well, I know a couple of psychologist VTubers, but as far as I know, I'm the only sociology professor who's a VTuber. I don't know. There are some who are educated in sociology, but I don't. I'm trying to remember who. EG has a chemistry education. It's somebody mentioned it. And I normally have this as a redeem. But it's because people think almond. Your grandmother, she doesn't VTube. You can get her VTubing. Is this a grandmother who has an entire notebook of mist notes? Yes, that granny. Okay, cool. But yes, if you would like to stay a while and listen, I would appreciate it. If you Oh, and Icarus Broken Mold, thank you for the follow. If you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. Feel free to do so. And yeah, you're going to bed? Go. Yeah, as a final thought, I actually don't currently own, Slay the Spire 2. And I'm hesitant to spend money on it because I never got into Slay the Spire 1. And I'm doing my taxes. So I was looking at all my tax deductions for the year, and I spent a lot more money on games than I should have. I spent a lot more money on games than I should have. I spent way too much money on games. And so there's a part of my brain that's like, I wonder if I can go the rest of the year without spending any money on games. I'll keep that in mind. Like I said, I'm currently just like money skittish. Was like kind of the main thing. I'm just like, I'm spending money too fast. I need to slow down my spending. And video games is like a very obvious one. It's actually really funny. A fairly significant percentage of all the money I spent on games last year was literally just Monster Hunter Wilds. Going to so you can get a coffee, please get some coffee, Miss Gravestone. I'll see you in a few minutes when you get some coffee. But thank you for stopping by. Sorry if I wasn't as responsive. You did come in like right as a raid came in. I should say attentive. That's the word I'm looking for. Attentive. Where I'm currently at on video games is that I've been trying to get into Soulframe. And I think I just kind of have to admit that I'm just like, it's just not clicking for me. I think I got to admit defeat on Soulframe, which disappoints me a little bit because I really like Warframe and I really like the Warframe devs a lot and I want them to be successful, but it's just not really holding my attention. It's undercooked, and I think, like, the changes that they've made have made it feel more like a kind of, like, generic, uninspired action game, whereas Warframe has a really interesting identity as being a game about, like, high-velocity movement. Like, if you were playing Warframe at, like, a high speed, it makes Ultra Kill look slow. Right? Like, you can play Warframe at, like, trans Ultra Kill levels of speed. And Soulframe, it's the lack of parkour feels really, really abrasive. About Nier Automata, interesting. Because who is Nier Automata by? Because that's the only Yoko Taro I've played, and I liked it quite a bit. I think it was probably also like one of the last like major releases that I really liked. My preferences about games have changed quite a bit, and I don't think that if I played... Okay, I know that if I play Nier Automata now, I don't get a lot out of it, and I think if like my first time was with my current gaming tastes, I think I would have bounced off of Nier Automata. But when it came out, I liked it quite a bit. I just kind of like my games to be mechanically really strange. The game that's really holding my attention right now, off stream, is Mechabellum. Mechabellum is managing to hold my attention. I'm enjoying Mechabellum quite a bit. The ending E of Nier Automata is incredible. I love the endings of Nier Automata. Steve being contained to Soulframe made Warframe grow back again. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I mean, I like Steve, to be honest. I like Steve, but I like Steve, you know, I think, you know, everybody's got their strengths and weaknesses. And Rebecca's really strong, right? Is I think actually possibly the bigger thing. Is this less about, it feels like it's less about Steve being contained and more about Rebecca being unleashed. Yeah, Becky Unleashed is cooking hard. Yeah, yeah. Although unpopular Warframe opinion, I didn't really like Warframe 99. It's like probably like the... I just didn't think it was like as interesting as some of the other stuff that they've done. I know they're trying to like curtail our power levels in a lot of way in order to make like more curated challenges, but like I don't know. I don't really feel like I need to be challenged that much in Warframe. And I felt like it just kind of like caught, like I was just like, oh, like, okay, I'm using like assault rifles and pistols. Like, I'm not really there for that. I also think they're just not good at doing facial animations. I really like Warframe's commitment, Warframe's love of like interfering with the human desire for faces. I love how much they fuck with people on that one. And you know, Warframe 99 is very much a strong turn towards like using normal looking human faces. I'm like, we should have made Dark Sector canon. My hands were having an easier time sticking in the game to learn the mechanics if I had the pretty color. Oh, in terms of like Soulframe's palettes. I actually really like Soulframe visually. I actually really like Soulframe visually. It's like the movement and combat don't feel good. Which is like what you're actually doing. Oh, you meant Nier Automata. Okay. My experience with Nier Automata is like legitimately one of the goofiest things I've ever done. Because I looked at Nier Automata, I played Nier Automata, and I was not like online very much. Like I was online, but it was politics, right? I was active on like political Twitter and stuff like that. I wasn't really like noticing gamer Twitter at all. But in so like I was playing Nier Automata on my own, and I was like, wow, this is really fascinating asexual representation. I very much read 2B as asexual, as completely asexual, and 9S's advances on her as completely like inappropriate nice guy creepiness. I was like, wow, this is really interesting to have a character like this who is just so clearly and totally asexual. Like, not even like that she's interested in other people. I know some people kind of like the like 2B-A2 shipping, but like I thought I read her as just like an extremely utilitarian person who does not enjoy or feel comforted by being sexualized. Nope. Whatever. This is fine. This is fine. I screwed up my pangram, but it's fine. Spelling mistake, but it'll be fine. And then I go online, and the overwhelming way that people seem to have interpreted Nier Automata is this about how hot 2B is. And I don't remember the last time I felt so creeped out by a community at first glance. It was so weird. It was so weird. It was like, I did not feel like that was what the game was, or like what like 9S's character was about. And like, I'm wondering if there's something like psychosexual about like a masculine desire to like, I don't know, like correct women who don't show you enough interest. Like, I do mean that in the most negative way possible. I hope people aren't, you know, it felt so weird to me. It was like, I feel like you guys played like a very different game than I did, if this is what you like want the game to be about. So it just felt so kind of wrong, I guess. Well, it's not even just that she's hot, Neapolitan. It's that, like, it felt like the overwhelming... To me, it looked like it was like, I am getting revenge on a woman for not expressing sexual interest in me. Was what it felt like to me. It was like the sexualization. And the thing is, like, this makes me, I am almost certainly in the wrong here, right? I just want to be clear here. I am almost certainly in the wrong here because Yoko Taro, the creator of Nier Automata, is like insanely horny for 2B, for his creation. He definitely, hello Noir. I am critiquing the Nier Automata fandom. I am insulting the Nier Automata fandom. And hello Vovern as well. Hello. Self-fan service? I mean, it's not even self-fan service. It's a character that he created that doesn't represent him. I guess Yoko Taro wants to be ignored? Yeah. No, that's how I'm reading it, Goroth. It's well, I mean, here's the thing, right? This is I'm going to do something that's I'm going to do something really obnoxious here. And I'm going to invoke perhaps the funniest piece of media to invoke this about. The author has no more access to the text of the work than any other person, and the text of the work is a text that stands on its own rights regardless of whatever other para-commentary exists. So whether or not... The question of whether or not my interpretation or Yoko Taro's interpretation of the game is correct is based on the coherence with which it coheres to the work of art that exists in and of itself, separate from either of our actual individual relationships to it. Yes, I do realize that of all of the pieces of media to invoke death of the author on, Nier Automata might be the goofiest one, and I also think it's one of the most necessary ones. I mean, I guess it's also partially like a... And see, Noir, I don't even feel like that was particularly sexual. You know, that's a common interpretation, but I don't agree with it. I think I read 2B as fully asexual. Perhaps the only asexual representation I've ever really seen. Goroth, it never occurred to me to think of it as a Gunnar game. I actually read it as an anti-Gunnar game up until I saw the fandom online. That's actually kind of like the whole nature of this discussion. And as you said, Goroth, I might just be wrong, right? And it's, you know, it is worth saying, right, for my own part, I find most Gunnar games, like, completely incomprehensible. I have no idea what the hell people are talking about. I I've seen screenshots of Brown Dust 2, which I think might be the most unambiguously Gunnar game that I am aware of that has any sort of, like, major release, and I'm just like, this is goofy. Like, this is just funny. This is not, like, sexy. This is just funny. And melee sex can be funny, right? These aren't like actually exclusionary things. Oh, I need to increase the size of chat because you guys are scrolling a little bit too fast. And hello, Huggatree. Hello, Huggatree. Yeah, I don't think the story is, and I remember watching, like, it's like, okay, so they made, like, a hot lady, but this is a hot lady who doesn't move or talk or behave in a way that invites sexualization, and I thought that was really interesting. I thought that was actually, like, one of the most outstanding and interesting things about the game, and I feel like I'm, like, the only person who thought this. Okay, you think the same, Noir? Okay, yeah. Yeah, she's the most robotic. I actually thought that was, like, one of the more interesting parts of the game, was that the machines are, generally speaking, more comprehensibly humanoid than the androids. I thought that was actually pretty interesting. The most human character is probably Pascal. Followed probably by Eve. Right? Like Eve and Pascal are the characters who I thought were kind of like the most human. I thought that was intentional, right? I thought that was kind of like intentional. That like, the kind of like self-consciousness, sort of like the weirdly like unexamined self-consciousness of the droids interferes with their humanity. Good game. To back up to an earlier point, I think the reason why I probably wouldn't like it as much now is that I just kind of like games where I actually have to like inventory management. I'm like so much less appeal for like action games that also include RPG mechanics. Is like the number one like flavor combination I don't want to deal with in my old age. It's like, give me an action game or give me basically Pentiment. Pentiment is like the only like video game RPG I really like at this point. Oh, by the way, Nate and Noir, what you missed earlier, was that I was going over the survey that I got last year. I thought it was actually pretty interesting. My viewer survey from last year. And thank you for the follow, WSYISY. So I like inventory management, but I'm pretty anal about it. I like backpack battles. I like backpack battles a lot. But if I'm going to play a game that's like an action game, I'd rather just play like Fury or Doom. I don't want to get like, I do not want to spend another goddamn skill point on +2 to long swords in my entire fucking life. Most people are really here for like intellectual info dumping. quite a few people have been. I zero social media. Nobody found me through social media. Nobody found me through social media. I suck at advertising. People like the Hangout streams, which is relevant to the two of you. People do like the Hangout streams. And I asked a question of, like, what makes you stop watching my streams? And 2 people said calligraphy, which is interesting. 2 people said calligraphy and 2 people said gaming, which I thought was an interesting combination. Oh, crafting is... Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. Warframe feels easy to me because it's just, like... You just have a giant pile of junk. You just have giant piles of junk that just kind of exist. And you don't have to manage them. Oh shit! I'm sorry, Noir. I am sorry, Noir. Yeah, mostly when I'm playing Warframe these days, I'm just like, I just want to play solo. I'm just gonna vibe out in solo. Yeah. Of all the people on Twitch, I definitely hate Noir the most. That's definitely the person I hate the most, and not any of a number of unnamed parties who are extremely obvious people who I have a much low, who I actually have a low opinion of. I dislike most crafting systems, to be honest, Icarus. Again, like, it's honestly a lot of times it's like action games. It's like, I don't know, I'm weird about it, because I don't play enough, like, I think I'm just, like, so burned out on Terraria. I think I'm, like, still, like, the more burned out on Terraria than I've been burned out on, like, any game I've ever played before. It might just be what it is. I wonder why you have so much tolerance for V-Rising. V-Rising seems to be like the weird exception here. I'm really wondering if V-Rising is just the weird exception here. There's a lot of good things you said about Terraria. I've just played so fucking much of it. Admittedly, I've played 200 hours of Terraria, which feels like so much to me. But I've also played 3,000 hours of Warframe, and I'm not tired of it. We did have a community server of V-Rising a few years ago, and I don't know, maybe I'll boot that up again sometime. No. I feel like I didn't do a great job on it, because, like, I was like, oh yeah, we're just gonna... It's a weird one to do community servers of, right? Because I was like, okay, I'm only gonna play when I'm on stream, so I'm not going to join a guild with anybody else, right? It's just going to be me. No other guild. I will just be solo playing, because I want people on stream to, like, see what's happening, and if, like, I do, like, one stream, and then, like, I come back and I have, like, everything unlocked, that isn't, like, fun to watch. That's, like, bad streaming. So, like the other people on the server were just, like, I just, like, visited their houses sometimes and showed them off on stream. Look at all this feathering. Oh, hold on. Let's start on the stuff I want to work on here. Hold on. So what we're really trying to work on here is cadels. It's always so much work for me to remember how this works. Is that right? Definitely want to run it again. I am so far behind on gaming. I think V Rising works pretty well for streaming. I've mostly played it solo. Yeah, he's a fun fight. Belmont's a fun fight. This isn't right. This isn't right. Hello, Sophera. Nope, this is my handwriting. This is just my handwriting. Thank you very much. That's very sweet of you to say, and welcome in, welcome in. Sophera VT. Knew what the blood cue is for? Awesome. Awesome. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I definitely did this wrong. Okay, so it's 3 and then over 2 and also 3. That's a cadel. There we go. That's a basic cadel. There we go. This is I need to just do a bunch of drills of these because I haven't been doing cadels for forever, and they never quite stick in my mind. Oh, that noise. Anti-ASMR trigger. Okay, let's see if I can do. I'm doing a vertical one. Let's see if I can do a vertical one. So over 2, up, up. Okay, so I can kind of do it. This always takes me a while to remember how to do. This always takes me a while to remember how to do. Because let's think about this one. Okay, so let's think about this. So I think nope, wrong. Did it wrong there as well, but I can redo this. No, wrong method entirely. to go down deeper here, shallower up, so I can go across, shallower up. Okay, something like that, something like that. Something like that. Something like that. Yeah, so Farah, I hope that you're having a lovely 5 a.m. It is only 1 a.m. for me. It's only 1 a.m. for me. Portugal? 5 a.m. Portugal? Greenland? I feel like it should be 6 a.m. in Central, in Europe. That's all good. It's all good, Icarus. Iceland. Okay, let's... try making the outside longer. And then... this Austria. Okay, Austrian. Okay. Oh, so it is Central Europe. Yeah. Okay. Well, we did just switch time zones, Noir. We did just push our clocks back, so maybe we're both messed up on that one. Yeah, it's the time differential shrinks in. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, an Austrian VTuber. Oh, welcome in. Welcome in. I'm not sold on this one. I'm not sold on this one. Oh, okay. One of the partners in your follicle lives in Belgium. Belgium. I know so little about Belgium. Sofera VT, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Very kind. Very kind of you. Okay, so... I'm trying to mix too many elements. I'm trying to mix too many elements here, I think. Trying to mix too many elements here. Well, too many different design ethoses. Let's try all knots. Let's try all knots. Did it wrong. Did it wrong. Already did it wrong. Okay, let's try it again. I'm trying to construct a P. I'm trying to construct a novel form of writing the letter P. In case people are wondering what I'm doing. In case anybody's confused. Over here. No, this is no good. This is no good. This is stupid. This is stupid. Don't like that either. We gotta hop out? Please, 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 please. Please, have a good night. Have a good night. I do deliberately make myself something of a evening streamer for people to relax with after work. That is intentional, that people get the chance to relax with me after work. So, you know, if, you know, I hope everybody feels comfortable hopping out and leaving when they start getting tired or sleepy. That's all good. It's all good. It's all good. This is, yeah, this is... And if you are applying for jobs, yeah, treat it like it's a job. Which is annoying as hell, but, is... wise. Okay, let's... Huh. I think this is something, but I'm not super sold on it. It's very sweet of you to say it, Chris. Yeah, no, worry, you know, yeah, the job market seems like a real pain in the neck right now. I have seen some of my friends share what the job market looks like, and it's just like tons of AI listings that are being applied to by AIs, and it's like, wow, so the job application process just uses more electricity than it used to. Great. Great. Yeah, well, and also Broken Mold, I used to work in recruiting. One of the things that is an under-discussed one that I think is really interesting is jobs listing public job listings, I should say employers listing public job listings that are intended entirely for internal morale. Not for tax benefits, but for internal morale. If you have employees who are complaining about being understaffed, sometimes companies will put out job listings where they only exist in order to tell the currently existing employees, yeah, we're working on it. So yeah, that's another interesting angle to that. All right. Okay. Yeah, I don't need guidelines for doing cadels. If anything, they make it harder. Yeah. There's job listings and applications are a surprisingly complicated and varied world. Absolutely. Please have a good night. Please have a good night, Icarus. It was a pleasure to meet you. I'm not feeling this. We're gonna be here for a minute experimenting. I have a commission that wants a Cadell P, so it's... I only feel comfortable with my Cadell C's and S's. Everything else is like a lot of... I feel like I'm learning all the time. That's actually probably the best one I've got so far. Okay. We are going to ads. I will AFK during that. Please, everybody, get some water and stretch out, and I will see you all in a few minutes. Thank you very much for your patience. Hello, I'm back. Apologies about the delay. Okay, hold on. I think I'm doing my camera angle wrong. Never 100% satisfied with where I've got my camera at on any given stream. Lost Notebooks, thank you for the watch streak. Also, hello. Hello. How are you doing? Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Blue. Does the time change kicking your butt? Yeah. I've been dealing with it pretty well, but also I came to the US like right from Japan. And so like I already had to deal with a whole crapload of time zone changes. So what's one more, right? I did okay, to be honest. I did okay. I had like a couple of days in a row of not like the best sleep, but if we're being really honest, me getting good sleep is the exception, not the rule. So you know, let's try something here. Let's try doing the bowl first, then I'll think about the rest of this. So let's make it really big. It was so much harder coming back. Yeah, going to Japan was nothing. I didn't even think about it. All right. I was tired when I landed in Japan because I didn't sleep on the flight. But like once I was in Japan, I was fine. Once I had like one night where I needed to sleep a lot, and then I was fine. Yeah, 12. That's somewhat over 12. Somewhat over 12. Not sold on this. It's only 3 to 4 hours to Taiwan from Osaka. That's pretty brutal. That's pretty brutal. I wonder why we did that. I mean, I can imagine why we did that. It's just funny. It was a layover in Anchorage. That's awful. That's so bad. I will say I would have appreciated getting the chance to like stop and stretch my legs at the midpoint. That just seems so frustrating to me. Hold a second here. So let's go. I kind of like this spine effect that I'm playing around with here. You get off, brush your teeth, and have an essay. Yeah, that sounds like actually on the better end of these sorts of things. I felt crazy on the flight, on both flights, that like so many people around me like didn't get up the entire flight. And I'm just like, how are you people not dead? Are these the pea zombies that I've been warned about? Like, absolute madness to me. I have to go to the bathroom like every hour no matter what. Like, I don't care. David _ writer, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. For the raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy, which is what you are witnessing right now. At David, what were you doing? What were you up to? Were you writing? Were you writing? Let me know if you were writing. A short story. Excellent. How was it going? How's it going? I am trying to figure out how to do a super fancy P. I'm experimenting with some different techniques for doing a Cadell's P. And I am not happy with my results so far. Just need to figure out the ending. Okay, yeah. I haven't written fiction in a very long time. I guess I've written some epistolary fiction. But I haven't written a traditional, like, narrative fiction in a long time. I do write pretty frequently. I get published, 3-4 times a year. But mostly expository nonfiction. Occasionally poetry, but mostly expository nonfiction. As mostly expository and polemical nonfiction. I'm a nonfiction writer. But I hope it was going well. And if you need to raid and run, and same with anybody else who came in with David, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. But if you would like to stick around and watch the ink flow, your company would be appreciated. Let's try. Let's see. How do I get started on this one? So, have I ever had any fiction ideas I want to write? Not super strongly. I've had I come up with... So the thing is, like, I'm an experienced enough writer that, like, I can recognize the difference between, like, an idea that's funny to say and then an idea versus an idea I'd actually want to commit the time to write, right? Like, I've definitely written stuff that's... I've definitely, like, written ideas for fiction, but it's just, like, I don't really think I want to, like, actually take this any further than just, like, saying it in my DMs to my writer friends, right? Like, I've got plenty of those, but I kind of can recognize this not something I'd actually want to follow through on. I think the simplest way for me to figure out some of these ideas would be for me to go to my DMs with Mix, and figure out when he was last angry with me. Okay, yeah. So I got a DM request from somebody who's clearly a bot. Well, yeah, like I said, there's a difference between, like, is this an idea I'm actually going to fucking finish, right? Like, is this an idea that I would ever want to finish? Yeah, like, I had one that I thought was kind of an interesting... Okay, here's one that's from, like, a long time ago. Me and Mix were discussing tank nomads, right? Like Tank Girl, right? And the thing about tank nomads as a conceit is that tanks have enormous requirements in terms of needing both fuel and repair parts. And so if you did have a sort of, like, post-apocalyptic tank nomad culture, they would kind of almost by default be a sort of middle ground between more sedentary and more nomadic cultures, right? And there's an argument, right, that has, I think, been proposed, and I think is very reasonable, that something like a tank is only even coherent for a highly sedentary society. Even highly sedentary societies that exist today can't field tanks, right? Like, this is why technicals exist as a conceit. This is why, you know, the Toyota War happened the way that it happened, why we get to call it the Toyota War. And so, if there were tank nomads, there would almost certainly be societies that were less dependent on sedentary society for their parts and their equipment and their food and their fuel, but societies that would be, you know, both more and less dependent on either side of them, because you know, tanks are hard to repair, they break down all the time, and they're very fuel inefficient because of what they are. And so, like, if I were to write about that, it would be like a series of short story vignettes about like what these meetings were like between these different cultures, you know. And I joke all the time on here. I'm constantly coming up with like bad isekai ideas. The bad isekai idea I had this like last week that I still think is really funny is it's one of those reincarnation isekais, right? Like you die and you get reincarnated in another world. Except that it's a closed loop of worlds where that happens. It's like 6 different worlds, and it's like there's not like maybe 100 people or something like that spread across all 6 worlds, so they all know each other. It's just this completely closed loop of reincarnation that all these people know each other. And so like you see a character die in the first issue like really brutally, and then like 5 issues later they just come back. And everybody, like, that's the real hint that this is like, that something is wrong, is that like they just come back and everybody's just okay with it. It's just like, yeah, this guy that we cut this guy's head off and he's just back and he's fine. It's like, yeah, he just like speed ran through hell. Like, I said 6 because that's the Buddhist and Hindu wheel of reincarnation. I think it's a possibility, or at least like people know enough about each other that they can like instantly recognize. Moral Engines or Mortal Engines? I still haven't watched... Mortal Engines I've heard of, and I still haven't seen it. Mortal. Okay. It wasn't... I was just double checking. The one with the moving cities. Yeah, I did hear that. It's got the moving cities. I think I talked about it on here before, but I had this idea. Again, this is one of those things I'm very unlikely to actually write this. Where it's a high school, and every single person who goes to this high school always graduates with a perfect exam, right? They always, every single person gets a perfect huko or whatever. Every single person. And the way that it plays out is that you are stuck in a time loop going to high school over and over and over again until you get a perfect score. And the people outside of the high school cannot tell that you're in a time loop. They just think that you're insane if you try to bring it up. It's a little bit like Palm Springs, which rules. People should watch Palm Springs. That's actually probably one of the best films I've seen in the last couple of years is Palm Springs. Palm Springs is great. Well, the inspiration for this was, you know, thinking about, like, all the various like high school butts X things, right? Like Comey can't communicate, and Kaguya wants to be confessed to and stuff like that. That was the inspiration point. I was thinking about like all those like high school mangas. And yes, I was definitely viewing it as a horror story. This is absolutely a horror story. And not even really like a single story, right? Like again, like I'm thinking of this as like a series of like an excuse, like a pretext for like a short story anthology. I am functionally copying I'm functionally like copying a historic Cadell here. I think this one's kind of illegible. I think I also did a bad job. This involves a sort of motion that I'm not super adept at. I wonder if I should start from the inside out. I almost always start from the largest stroke when I'm doing these kinds of things, but I think starting from the inside out might be better. And then... I didn't give myself as much space here at all. Guess at least you'd be fluent in French by the time high school is over. Yeah. 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 But yeah, like I said, I don't tend to have... I'm not very committed to fiction. I'm much more committed to nonfiction as a form. There we go. That's something. Turns out all I really need to do is lock in for like 5 seconds. And now for the hard part. I can see that, Blue. I can see that. It does feel like that to me as well. think about this one. So I want to go across like that, and then cross, then hook, and back. Do a little false Cadell there. Yeah, I'm trying to go for a bit of a flame look here. The word is going to be pyre, right? Was what I was commissioned to do. I will confess that from a career standpoint, if I was purely just investing in this as an individual piece, this would be incredibly inefficient of me given how much I'm charging, but since this is a skill that I'll hopefully be able to carry forward into future commissions, it's a bit of an investment. It's a bit of a skill investment, right? It's a bit of a skill investment. No, definitely better to do from the... from the inside out. Yep. That's what I'm doing right now, is I'm not... including the R&D into the price. Yeah. Well, like I said, in a sense, it's actually CapEx, right? In a sense, this is actually CapEx. Not... like... Okay, this is actually kind of a cool one, but I am getting the stroke sizes wrong. I am getting the stroke sizes quite wrong. So this might be a better one for me to do off stream as a general project. Like, one of the things I have to just kind of do as like a general project is create a whole like reference list of Cadells I feel comfortable doing. Lord Veterinary 266, welcome in. Hello. It's just like a lot of trial and error, right? Is really all I'm going for on that. This is just a lot of trial and error. As you can see, I went too close there, right? I went way too close there. I probably should do the left side first. It's going okay. It's going okay, Lord Veterinary. I am doing some R&D for a commission. I'm doing some R&D for a commission, as we might say. I think making these a little bit more sinuous than in the reference material is a good idea. Oh, and actually, Blue, you went to art school, right? And you used dips? You used dip nibs at art school? Am I recalling that correctly? I know you're mostly digital these days. How did you organize your nibs? Because I currently just have a box of nibs, and it's not a great organization system. I was thinking about using like a pill organizer. But then I'm a little bit worried about accidentally just eating a pill. eating a nib. An art box. Okay, okay. Okay, I like everything except for this part. These are too thick. This is no good down here. This is no good down here. 2 or more different nib sizes for cadels. Not well. Okay. It depends a little bit on the specific cadel that you're working with. I have never seen somebody use 2 different broad nibs for a cadel, but I do see people using a broad nib and a pointed nib in the same cadel. I do see that. I do see that. I might want to use a higher angle because I've been using like traditional Gothic like 30-degree angle. I might want to use a higher angle. In the exemplar that I'm currently looking at, they actually are using a pointed to create like a triangle right here, for example. And right, like over here, they're doing it. There's a bunch of scalloping, and they're putting a triangle in there. And they're pretty clearly using a pointed for that. Something like this. I need to make these wavier. I need to make these wavier. That's the big flaw here, is that these need to be wavier over here. This is broad and fine lines. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I feel like I'm still struggling with just working with basic broads. I feel like I've got decades of work left to do on my current tools. I think less scalloping, actually. I think less scalloping. Just kind of let the lines speak for themselves a little bit better. Okay. I think I'm getting somewhere. I'm gonna need to sleep on this a little bit. I think before I can feel super comfortable. Yeah, let's go. These need to be tighter down here. I feel like I made a bunch of mistakes here, but I think this is getting somewhere. 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 Not very good down here, not very good in here, but I think the idea is getting somewhere. I think starting even lower. Creating more of a cascade effect. Love Lena VT, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. It's a pleasure to have you here. And something like that, and then this part I'm making an absolute hash of. So let's think about this one. So I want to pull the furthest one out. And have it come across. That's a bit better. That's a bit better. Oh, interesting. Interesting. You took some calligraphy course a while back. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny. When I picked up Western calligraphy, you know, at a certain point in my life, but I took more formal coursework on you know, on Japanese calligraphy. So I know the Japanese calligraphy a little, the Chinese and Japanese calligraphy a little bit better, at least like formally, and at least in terms of like formal education. I'm as I do a dot incorrectly. Yeah, I speak very poor Japanese. 私の日本語上手じゃないってだよ。とっても大変な日本語が。Let's see if is this... ね... Learned a bit for a trip to Japan last summer. 本当にマジで。ああ、そうか。どうだった日本の旅行はどうでしたか? I was in Japan for for February, so I'm just back, a couple weeks back, but I like Japanese, my second language. I'm still not good at it. I still don't think I'm good at it. But I also sometimes say I don't think I'm very good at English. Yeah, I quite like Japanese. I quite like Japanese. Very mechanical language. Kyomizudera. Kyomizudera. Top places, Kyomizudera, Inari Fushimi, Atago Jinga. Number one restaurant I ate at was Tsukimaki Mappo in Tokyo. Those were the top places for me. Atago Jinga was incredible. I really liked Urashiyama. Nijojo was really good. Toji was really good. Unsurprisingly, if you go to Inari Fushimi, it's like 90% influencers. The most impressed I was with anything I had in Japan was the gyoza at Tsukimaki Mappo. The gyoza at Tsukimaki Mappo are the best dumplings I've ever had in my life. They were insane. And the tiramisu was the best tiramisu I've ever had in my life. That restaurant's insane. It's so good. It's in Minato. So it would be kind of difficult you'd have to be doing a pretty special Japan trip for Minato not to be like an option to visit. Oh, Akshi! Hello, Akshi. I've already called out Akshi once this stream. Let me give Akshi a raid. Akshi, how was stream? What were you guys up to? I was making the joke that when I was doing the hellos earlier, I saw Sparkly Anarchy was here, and so I was like, and I know there are some people lurking here, but I'm only gonna call out Akshi. But hello Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy on stream. This is my handwriting. This is just what I write like. I also paint miniatures and I play some video games from time to time. And I talk with my friends. I do a lot of hangout and chatting type streams. I taught sociology. I am, as far as I know, the only person who is particularly experienced in sociology among the VTubers I know. I can think of 3 psychologists off the top of my head. I can think of 3 psychologists. Horatius, Sidere, and Mix. But I am the only sociologist that I am aware of. And so far I don't know any economists. I know 2 historians, 1 sociologist, 3 psychologists, and 0 economists. But yes. Hello Tokage Neko. Hello Spore Natasha, and thank you for the follow and enjoy your lurk. And hello Real Atom Punk. I hope you were having a good time with Slay the Spire. Let me give a quick... so one of them is Cleo IT. One would be Cleo IT. And the other one would be... let me make sure I spell her name correctly. Okay, because she uses different spellings on YouTube and on Twitch. Saf, my dear friend Lady Saffron, is a historian. Well, she's a historian in training, but she does early modern Germany. I don't, and like world systems and stuff like that. Cleo, I don't know if Cleo's ever said explicitly what her field of study was, but if it's not if it's not medieval Venice, then I have no idea what the hell's happening. I've got no idea. It's got to be medieval Venice. There's no way it's anything other than that for Cleo. But yeah, but yeah. Okay, I'm cool. I'm rate limited on shoutouts. Cleo IT. Yes, of course, Akshi. It has been. I have been working on doing very fancy capital P's. I have been working on very, very fancy capital P's. And now, I don't know, I just feel like writing a really complicated kanji. There. There. I think it's the most complicated kanji I can do off the top of my head. Are there any anthropologists? Damien Verde. Damien Verde is, I believe, a archaeologist. Let me get his channel. I believe Damien Verde is an archaeologist, or specifically an anthropologist, not a paleontologist, and Paleontologizing is a really good channel that does anthropology and sociology are deeply related fields. They are deeply related fields. There is a joke about anthropology and sociology that sociology got the West, anthropology got the rest. They are deeply related. They blur into each other all the time. The big difference is anthropologists only very rarely do surveys, and sociologists do them all the time, and sociologists don't do as much participant observation. Like, the participant observation ethnography is like the anthropology technique, and sociologists do it from time to time, but not nearly as much as the anthropologists do. Oh, Knapp is incredible. Knapp is so good. Not a professor. Not a professor, so good. Knapp is like my favorite streamer. Knapp is like my favorite streamer. He's so good. He does history research on stream. Like, okay, we are going into ads. I will be right back. Everybody, please, get some water, stretch, all that good stuff. Take care of yourselves, and we will be back in 3 to 5 minutes. Hello! I'm back. I am back. Yes. Do I know any linguistics, language history nerd? He is not he's a linguist, but he's not a language history nerd streamer. I was hoping he was here. Mix. Mix is a really good friend. He's actually on this channel fairly frequently. And Mix is a cognitive linguist and a developmental linguist by training. That is his actual career field. Outside of like the streaming world, is like, how do kids acquire language? I really want to do the WUG test with him one of these days. I think that'd be really fun. I think that'd be really fun to do to go through the WUG test. Yeah. Mix is the guy. Mix is the closest one I know. I don't know anybody who's like specifically like a word history nerd. Presumably there is an etymologist in and amongst us, but I don't know who they are. Okay, I gotta focus on this lower part. I gotta think hard about this lower part. I think I'm getting somewhere. This one's starting to feel right to me. Maybe start with the lowest one. Maybe I use some principles of Japanese calligraphy and handwriting and just work very devotedly left to right. Right, even if it doesn't seem like the natural way to go about things. Just do left to right. Left to right and top to bottom. Seems to be helping me out here. And hello, lesbian cat. It's been a while. How are you doing, my dear? Stress, but in a good way. Excellent, excellent. I decided I can plan an event with no experiences going way further than I thought it would. Excellent, 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 excellent. A lot of event planning, in my experience, is just like the intersection of being like being cool and being organized, right? Like that's really kind of all that it really takes, is just like being cool and having one person who is simultaneously cool and organized is honestly all that it takes a lot of the time. Let's try starting a little bit lower. Yeah, that's pretty much all there is to it, Lesbian Cat. That's like it. Like there isn't like a experience will pay off, but there isn't like a magical special skill to it. At least in my experience. I tend to be a really bad event planner, not because I'm too disorganized, but because I don't actually like doing big events. So I spend the majority of my energy trying to figure out how to get out. Which is not productive. Because of course, obviously, it's not productive. It's basically sabotage, right? Let's try this. Let's try this. So super removed from the social scene in the city. Thought it'd take like 30 minutes. It did not. Took this is a month too. Brutal. Have all been side quests. And I kind of always I'd been told that New Zealand is a particularly hard country to make friends in. Is what I have been told. That's how I kind of understand it. But like you guys are super baby. Oh my goodness, of course you are. Yeah. Well, of course you are. I am getting sleepy. I don't know how much people have caught on to this. I am getting I'm getting a bit worn down. So this stream is not going to be... We are not going to have a 9-hour stream tonight. Hyperfem Babyface walks in, says, "Hi, I love Arden. I have hope. Do you want to join?" And they all eat it up. Incredible. Incredible. Not how I would describe my own life experiences. Oh. I think people like me, but I have a great deal of difficulty explaining why. I think I'm just a guy who talks a lot, which I'm told all the time that this is supposed to be the most annoying type of person on the planet. Is white boy who talks a lot. I think I do kind of need to scalp it. I think I do. Otherwise, it feels like there's not enough happening on the left side. If you weren't such a vibes person. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Chaos. Chaos. This turned out poorly. Oh, I actually like this better. This might actually be the ticket. I think I do a couple rounds of practicing this. This might actually be the ticket. I actually like this one. This one I'm pretty enthusiastic about. Oh my goodness. Okay, so 3 hours of practice. 3 hours of R&D. I really should be just doing like so much Cadell's practice when I'm off stream. It's not the most intuitive thing for me to practice, right? Like it's so much more intuitive for me to practice Gothic, right? Or Batard. Hello, hello. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. How are you doing today, my dear friend? It is pretty early in the morning for you. Not the earliest morning that anybody's having, because for some reason, Queen was here at like... Yeah, Miss Gravestone was here at like 4 a.m. You tried morning gym. How did morning gym go for you? How did the morning gym treat you? I tend to kind of like morning gym. Miserable experience on all accounts. Incredible. I think we gotta get out of here. But, oh crap, I didn't do one of the most important things. Okay, we definitely can't wrap up soon. Shit. Merda. Merda. Okay. But yeah, my experience with, my thing about morning gym is that I am useless in the morning no matter what. So I may as well get some exercise. Yep, okay, there she's coming. Too slow. Oh. Too slow. Hold on a second. Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, Raiders! Hello, Big Ham. Hello, Big Ham. I was literally thinking about raiding you. How are you doing, Big Ham? How are you doing, Big Ham? Big Ham VT, she is big, she is ham, she is going to be my guest star tomorrow night for a discussion about cyberpunk. The literary and artistic genre that dominates the 21st century. How was the art stream? And I think you were playing Diablo 2. You were actually playing Diablo 2? Was what wound up happening? How was it? Did you big money Mephisto run? Did you big money Mephisto run a dozen times in a row? But yes, for the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. Maybe 2 to 3 Mephisto runs. Nice. 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 For the Raiders, that would be Big Ham VT and Facts with Cats and Blemesh and 9-Volt Worm. Good to see you as ever, 9-Volt Worm. Yes, I mostly do calligraphy, which is what I am doing right now. I spent today's practice primarily on trying to work on a Cadell P, and I think I got it. I think I got it. And now I am going to be doing one of my most important traditions. So it'll take some more practice to get one that I feel happy with. But I think in terms of the general design layout... Oh god, that's horrible to look at. I need to turn off the light box. I think this is more or less what I'm looking for. I think this one's more or less what I'm looking for. I think that the attempts to do this interior curvature, I don't think worked very well. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about the scalloping on the edges. I might go back to the scalloping, or I might do something else. But I think doing the unbounded lines, the unbounded narrow lines on the interior is the way to go. I think this exterior swoop is really good. The footer I'm going crazy on. The footer I'm just out to see. The footer I'm just completely out to sea. And hello, Galaxy Wolfstar. Hello, Galaxy Wolfstar. But yes, I am mostly a calligrapher. I do mostly Gothic, which we are about to see some more of right now. Right now. This is one of my favored traditions as a streamer is to make a little thank you letter to all the people who happen to have rated me during the stream. But yeah, I saw your stream title was, I forgot what game it was already, but some game wasn't working, so you were going to do art, and then it said category Diablo 2. So I was like, oh boy, they're off track. They are off track. But yes. And Hammerunskis, if you would all like to, if you would like to stay here and enjoy the vibes, I would appreciate your company. If you want to raid and run, feel free to do so. Feel free to do so. Dip nibs are always like this. And long-time fans of the channel will probably be pleased to know that I have moved from Sailor to a Roshizoku. For my black ink, this is now a Roshizoku Takesume. For my black, Takesumi. And, oh my goodness, it's an improvement. Hello, CXXG. Thank you. It's just my writing. It's just my writing, right? Admittedly, my regular handwriting, if I'm just trying to write for speed, does not look like this at all, right? Does not look like this at all. This is... Gothic is fun, but it is neither fast nor particularly legible, right? Like, there's a reason why we stopped... There's a lot of reasons why we stopped using it. There's a lot of reasons why we stopped using it. And let me create a filter list. So who raided me today? We've had a couple of raids today. Yeah, first up was Jazzy. Nope. CXXGEHIE, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. It's very kind of you. And I appreciate that you looked at what I am doing and you decided that you want to see more of it. You enjoyed my vibe. Let's get a little bit off there. And, but yeah. So relaxing. I try my goal in terms of how I think about my streaming is that I am kind of shooting for a bit of a Bob Ross, Mr. Rogers, Carl Sagan in particular, actually, probably more than anybody else, kind of vibe. I think that it's important to be... It's valuable to be cozy, right? It's valuable. But I don't want it to come at the expense of being intellectually stimulating. That's like the big thing, is that like a lot of cozy, comfy content is very mind-numbing. And that's something I don't want to do. I want to be more interesting than that. And I think that my weakest moments are when I allow myself to become mind-numbing like that. Palliative, yeah. I did a viewer survey, because I'm a sociologist, right, and I love my surveys. Last year, I do a viewer survey every year, because I want to get better. I'm a very fussily obsessed with self-improvement type of person. I want to put on the best show I can. And I want to be the best streamer I can be. And I want to take pride in my work, right? That's a lot of it. I want to take pride in my work. And so I do a viewer survey to figure out like what people like or dislike about my streams. And you know, people said what they really liked was when I was doing the more intellectual discussion stuff. And what they disliked was when there were lulls in the conversation or when it was kind of dull. Amusingly, one of the things that somebody highlighted as a specific thing they disliked was when I get too in the weeds, when I talk about niche wargaming stuff. And bad news for that person, I am going to be in a tournament this week. Well, this month, actually. It's a month-long tournament. You know, I'm going to be in an Infinity tournament. First round is Thursday. So if Scott F2 is in the chat, please don't. I don't know. The person I'm playing against, it's the beginner league. It's not like an official tournament. It's the beginner league. So I am going to be in, I'm going to be in the beginner league. So the first round is a 150-point game. And the second round is a 200-point game on Uplink, which I don't know. The first game is Annihilation, which Annihilation's a very easy mission to understand. It's kill the other dude. 150 points, kill the other dude. Well, I'm playing as Hawk Islam. My favorite faction. The kind of comedy about it is that, why not? I love Infinity, Gorath. I love Infinity. What game would you expect me to play if not Infinity? Infinity is my favorite wargame that I've actually played. The only wargame that has compelled me nearly as much from reading the rules has been Clouds of Smoke. I really like Infinity. And out of when I paint minis, I pretty much am mostly painting historicals, but sometimes I paint Conquest. And it turns out that the Conquest community and the Infinity community are like the same one. Yes, the miniatures can go prone in Infinity. Yes. I do understand where you're coming from. With that. I do tend to prefer simpler things. I really like the elegance of Infinity where everybody has the same equipment list. Hence my somewhat controversial opinion in Infinity that my least favorite faction by far is Combined Army. I think they should just remove Combined Army from the game. Same as possible Necromunda, but far from elegant. Yeah, I would generally say that Infinity is actually an incredibly elegant game for the amount of... Infinity is simultaneously very complicated and very elegant. It's a pretty impressive combination of traits to have. But yeah, we'll see how my list does for the first round. So my big kind of motivation, my big kind of motivation for playing, the one of the things I really want to do in Infinity is make the most use out of the Magariba Guard as I can, because the Magariba Guard is my favorite single model. The thing is that the Magariba Guard is 80 points, and taking a single model that is 80 points in a 150 point list is really bad. So I'm not going to get to use her in the first round. Instead, I made a list that was how far can I push a Shakush in, which is a very tiny budget mech in a 150 point list. Might be a huge dick move. Depending on what my opponent brings, it might be a throw for me to bring it. I might be throwing really hard by building my entire list around squeezing a mech into a 150 point list. I've got counterplay to the main threats to a tag. Notably hacking. I do have some hacking counterplay. I didn't bring somebody with Trinity, which would have been the actual counterplay, right? Would have been to bring a hacker killer. But good lord, the idea of trying to fit a hacker killer and a tag into a 150 point list is disgusting. So I just brought a bunch of unhackable disposable attackers. So if they do have a hacking threat, I can stage dive the hacker in turn 1. But yeah, I'm hoping that a Shakush with an AP Spitfire in a 150 point board is going to just shred. Is really kind of the entire strategy. I'm guessing that Big Ham went to bed, but folks, I would like you to start thinking about raid targets. I'm gonna take a quick refresh here. Ronan is over on Save Him's channel. Envy is doing a Q&A from his GTA RP. Facts with Cats, thank you for the follow. It's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. Uji is playing Dark Souls 2. I do love Uji. Oh my goodness. Follower goal of 3,300. Wow. Wow. That's very kind of you all. That's very kind of you all. Ratmost is playing Vampire Survivors, and Bonicula is playing Io Saturnalian. She's doing Saturnalia, which has a certain appeal to me. None of the people I'm following are doing art. That Big Ham was the person who I was following who was doing art, and she rated here, so RIP to that plan. Oh yeah, no, facts with cats. She's Ronan was really, really supportive. Oh, hold on, I'm doing this wrong. Ronan was really, really supportive of me back when I was like when I was on like 2 viewers. She was really supportive to me. A fairly significant percentage of all of my followers ever are via Ronan. I've done a couple collabs with her. I did a couple collabs with her. Me and her and Yanomancer and Vexen Cat did Monster Prom together. So yeah, I know Ronan decently well. And yeah, another thing to be said there, of course, is that VTubing is, in fact, a small world. The indie VTubing sphere is, in fact, actually quite small. If you go to Offkai, it's like, this is like a fairly significant percentage of all of the English language VTubers. Just like in this room. Like, you'll be like in an individual room, and it's like, this is like a fairly significant percentage of everyone. If a plane hit Offkai, like, the industry would just be, we would have a completely different industry. We would have a completely different industry when the ash is cleared. Hello, Bloopy Fox. Hello, Bloopy Fox. Oh, okay. There's our raiders for today. There's our raiders for today. Whew. Whew. Okay, 5 hours. Yeah, I never actually get into like 9 hours on streaming calligraphy because it just kills my back. Oh, may as well dot this eye. You don't always have to dot the eyes in Gothic, but, you know. The hands aren't cramped. The hands are fine. The hands are fine. It's, my shoulder is cramped. My shoulder is cramped and my head is stuffy. So I feel like that's a good sign that it's time to end stream. That's a good sign that it's time to end stream. Alright, folks. Help me out here. Help me out here. Ugh. Ugh. I can't choose a raid target. Help me out here. What are people in the mood for? What are people in the mood for? Oh. None of the people I follow are at stream right now. Okay, I'm vetoing that one. That's way too big of a collab. That one's not happening. Something also relaxing. I'm going through and looking at the vibes of the people I'm following. I'm trying to check the vibes. Because there are some people on here who are never relaxing, no matter what they're doing, right? It's just never, ever, ever is a Sui Robo stream going to be relaxing. That is a lie. Like Sui is never going to be relaxing. That's just never ever gonna happen. Meika is rarely relaxing. Meika is highly chaotic. Ratmost is usually relaxing, but Vampire Survivors is kind of chaotic. It's kind of a lot. Let me... I'm leaning towards Bonicula. I'm leaning towards Bonicula. Mostly because I think I've rated... Just gonna check something here quickly. Oh, hold up. Hello. Oh. Yes, hello Kari. Hello Kari. Yes, I am 5 hours. Calligraphy always wears me out a little bit more than other streams. People should check out Kari. Kari is the shrimp of wisdom. She is the wise shrimp. She is mucho intelligento. Much math, many programming. And she knows way too much about VTubers. A very different type of person getting into VTubers than I am, where my knowledge of VTubing is very like very much kind of just like from like having joined in, right? Like I just kind of like jumped in. How much more could a Sui stream even get? Hello, Scaldy. I don't even know. I'm not sending you guys. I'm not sending us over there. You know what? Despite the fact that Vampire Survivors is not generally a relaxing game, I think I'm going to send you over to Ratmost because she is in fact a relaxing streamer. All right, there we go. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna cancel that. Because we need to go over the schedule. I forgot about the schedule because it is the beginning of the week, so that means the schedule actually matters. So the schedule today was the 2025 review and calligraphy. Tomorrow, Big Ham will be joining me, and we're going to be discussing Cyberpunk and our feelings on it and why it seems so inescapable as a genre. Wednesday on the Discord, we're going to be watching the movie 8th Grade by Bo Burnham. And then Thursday is going to be Professor's Choice. I would say, in line with my actual way of being a streamer, roughly equal chances of calligraphy, mini painting, and playing a video game. And if it's a video game, it's probably Whiskerwood, or else I might panic and just play something that I purchased last year for streaming but never actually played for stream, like Blippo or Hypnospace, or what's some other things I never played on here? Beacon Pines, or Norco, or Citizen Sleeper, or Road Warden, or Cryptmaster. I bought so many games last year that I didn't actually end up playing. Also, thank you for the watch streak, Scully. I'm glad I stuck around long enough for you to get the watch streak. But yes, we're going over to Ratmost. We're going over to Ratmost. Enjoy the rat. They are a good friend. They're a good friend. Sleep well, everyone. I will see you tomorrow with the hen.